business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to Souqnews Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At Souqnews Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. Souqnews TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. Souqnews TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Minister said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. We were still discussing the proposed plan to finalize over $400 million in renewable energy investment. Now, I know Nigeria struggled for decades to have stable power. I mean, if you look at it, over 85 million people still lacking access to the national grid.
Okay.
So my question now is, great investment, future investment, projection, great. How would it translate into local manufacturing? How will it benefit the local manufacturers?
If we have assembling plants, like I was saying before, we have
Because,
that,
sorry to cut you short, part of the reasons why some multinationals left the country, among FX and the rest, was power. So with this new deal, do you think we might attract new investors and the local ones might gain confidence?
Yes, most likely we will attract new investors. In fact, I think Nigeria is a destination for most foreign direct investment portfolios and those who are handling hedge funds to come in and invest their money. And the reason why I'm saying that, for power was a challenge, probably still a challenge, because when you consider your overhead costs, how much you spend alone to power your plant. For SMEs, power should be their breathing, should be their oxygen for them to run. For startups, power should be their oxygen for them to run. And in case where there is no power, or where there is power, but it's not sufficient for them to prosecute their manufacturing or business activities, then they will have to rely on alternative source of power. And renewable energy is one of the alternative sources of power. But no, there have been debates if renewable energy has the capacity to shoulder the magnitude, the volume of manufacturing that a huge manufacturing hub or organization needs for a plant, or because when you are moving towards the Lagos-Ibadan expressway, you have lots of manufacturing companies both at the left and the right center, and if they can really buy what it takes, if they can power their manufacturing facilities.
Yes.
And these are questions that they will need to answer, because when I was having a conversation with someone concerning this, who seemed to be not just a business, but who have knowledge of how they run some manufacturing activities, they have many heavy-duty equipments and machines that are used for production purposes. And these machines require not only technology to run on, they also require power, stable power to run. If there is a current that is not sufficient to power these machines, they are not even going to respond when you push the switch button. So it's a level of power that required to put them on. And when that power is available, they run. So the question is, if the renewable energy and the solar energy has the wherewithal to power these systems for the purpose of manufacturing, and if they're going to go into that, then they must have some level of financial security to be able to take care of that part of their overhead and that part of their expense. And if they're not able to do that, production will be grounded. And that is the reason why, notwithstanding the fact that renewable energy purchasing it at the moment seems to be on the high side, when we now establish local enterprise, local assembling plants, because one of the initiative that is a major thing to consider is that this $400 million will be channeled towards setting up local plants that will be in charge for assembling. And they are not just only going to create jobs for these parts that we used to import, that will now be assembled here. That is going to deplete importation of these parts, because locally we will be assembling these plants. That will bring down the cost. That will not only bring down the cost, it's also going to create a job for the logistic industry that will need to, liaise to, get this these products that have been assembled locally to the hubs where they are required, where they are needed. So it's a chain, and that chain goes down before it gets to the final consumer. We are providing direct jobs and indirect jobs, let alone talking about the transfer of technology that will take place. Now, if they are going to have access to this, then I don't want to jump into conclusion by saying that it's going to be cheap.
It won't.
It won't be cheap. But in time,
But here's
it
how
will
it can
pay
be
off.
cheap. Here's how it can be cheap. Why don't we consider producing these panels locally? I mean, we've seen whereby in the north and some parts of the country, students have come out with beautiful inventions of how to power small gadgets. Some have built batteries that could last for 7 hours. I mean, can't Naseni partner with some of these universities, research centers, all this, what do you call it, the technical colleges, partner with them, let them come up with beautiful inventions, and we now begin to think of how we can mass produce these inventions. Thereby, it will be subsidized because it's made in Nigeria by Nigerians. It will be affordable for Nigerians.
Yes, it is made in. It will be made in Nigeria and by Nigerians. That does not necessarily translate to, the reduction of the price.
With government funding this time around.
With
Heavy
government funding. Okay, fine. That's if we now intend to bring in subsidies to bear on it. But we've had a conversation here with a young man who told us he actually could fabricate inverter.
Yes, he said so.
Yes, that you can fabricate inverter, provide, manufacture batteries that can be used in your house, and they are going to be rechargeable. That's just one of them. Of course, they can be taken up by government agencies or interested private individuals who can take advantage of such technological know-how, of such know-how, such capacity, and enhance it, bring all the other values and add some form of training, then provide a level, the facility through which they can go and practice this specific skill to develop all these that are needed. And we're not just talking one person. Recently, there's a competition that took place among Nigerian universities.
Yes,
where they had to,
Benin.
yes, so University of Benin, won the prize.
Yes.
So those are platforms for young bright minds to come out to showcase young bright minds, and at the end of the competition, we shouldn't leave these young men and these young women to be on their own. They need to be enabled. Of course, I know that the government will not go into or pump money into such competition, whether it's the state government or the federal government. I don't think they are going to pump money into such competition only to leave those who actually, proved their prowess and emerged as winners to their own self. I believe they are going to take them, train them for that purpose, and so that we can have local technology that is, peculiar to solving the local economic problems that we have in Nigeria.
Also, I know from the start of this month, start of this year till now, we've heard series of complaints from the GENCOs talking about the debt owed by the federal government and all that. So, do you think? Okay, let's start off with this. States. Do you think states should also diversify into renewable energy? I mean, we should not just leave this all to the federal government securing deals here and there. What about the state governors? I mean, let's even leave Lagos alone. Outside Lagos, what about other states? Do you think they should go into renewable investment? Renewable energy investment?
Okay. First of all, before I even come to state, it was in the news. I read this morning that a federal government has set up 4 trillion naira energy bond to settle electricity generating companies to pay off their debt. So I think that in itself has been taken care of by the federal government. Or the bond is currently out there, and I'm sure it's going to be oversubscribed like previous bonds that the government had put out there. As for states need to look for creative means to solve problems. And you have specifically said, okay, let's leave Lagos State out of it. And I'm sure you are specifically saying that because of the proactive nature of the government of Lagos to be able to fine-tune and look for ways to solve some of the problems they are talking. Now they're talking about the Green Line. The
Green Line,
and
yes.
They're looking about $3 billion from China. No, I think Mr. Ayenugba and myself, we talked about why didn't the Lagos State government raise the bonds to that effect so that Lagosians who can come in to subscribe to that bond could have a sense of ownership.
Yes.
And if there is any sort of protest tomorrow, public disorder, Lagosians and Nigerians will not just go and say, hey, let's, destroy the public property. Let's vandalize it because they feel, oh, this belongs to us. We are investors, we are stakeholders, we are partners in this, so we are not going to vandalize our own property. That would be a good initiative. As for other state governors in their own states, they know that, look, there are unexplored avenues and terrains in their states that they need to explore for the purpose of job creation, for the purpose of business, for the purpose of creating job for school leavers.
Yes.
And they've not taken proactive steps to doing that. And even if they are at the planning stage, what can we do? If we need to, if we need to take care of electricity, if we need to lay down roads to connect the rural areas where we have majority of people farming, and at the end of the day, during the harvest, they are unable to transport their goods, their agricultural produce to the rural areas in those specific states, and they feel that like half of it or a quarter of the monetary value of those products are lost in the process because of lack of transportation or because of the lack of the presence of silos that we can use to preserve some of this agricultural produce, and they feel like we need to build infrastructure. We need to put some facilities in place that will aid the farmers, or that we can buy from the farms, or we need to put some form of facility and infrastructure in place that we need to support, because these are not just going to be infrastructure, they are going to be infrastructures that will boost economic activities through which the government can then impose tax, because when there are the boom of economic activities, in any specific industry or sector in any state, then you know that the government is not only solving the problem of job creation, it's also generating tax from this government, from these businesses, and that in itself will become money for the state to prosecute its other activities and its other endeavors. So if that's the case, raise a public bond for the states, for those who are in the state to come in and to buy into that, so the government can have some form of money and establish those things that are necessary to give birth to business activities. If we look at some states, now recently the Ogun State government is looking at building a dry seaport. So how is he going to do that? Where is he going to get the money from? Do you have plans in place to make people who live in Ogun State to be co-partners in that process? These are questions you'll be asking. That's a very, very good initiative because Ogun State is strategically positioned, located very, very close to Lagos. Yes. And the spillover of, business activities, the spillover of manufacturing activities, the spillover is going to both Ogun State and to Oyo State. And recently, a specific survey was carried out for the State Performance Index. And when they start measuring the State Performance Index, they use about 3 metrics to measure them. They put infrastructure there, they put people, they put livability. And some of the criteria why people relocate from one state to the other. I do not accept the whole outcome of that survey and the State Performance Index completely because of some of the criteria that was used. And when you look at the top 3 states, Oyo State was part of them, and 2 other states was part of them. But Lagos is not even in the top 5. In fact, Lagos State was placed among some of the states down there. And I begin to question that. No, they call it, they didn't put affordability. They didn't even put living standard. The reason they gave was that insecurity. And I do not buy into that because I felt if you look at Lagos, there are trucks of people coming from the north. There are luxurious vehicles coming from the southeastern part of the country. And people are trooping into Lagos. But one area I would give it to them, they are talking about livability. Livability in the sense that the rent to live in Lagos, the rent to have an accommodation is on the high side. And they use that as part of the metrics. And they use that, they also use some other metrics. But I didn't completely take that. But if you look into that, Oyo State was part of them at the topmost level. And the provision of infrastructure and the location of mass population of people, because when industrialists want to site an industry, they want to build a factory, one of the things they look at is the mass population of people that will not only be available to consume their products, but also will be available to serve as the hub or the entity where they can draw people that have the required skills and the required knowledge that will serve as those who will work in those factories. Yes. So they look at those 2 critical factors. And if they do not have that and they perceive that people are leaving this specific state to this other state, and they consider the reason for the movement of the people, then they tend to go to those states where you have the presence of those people to build and site their factories so they can have the required population that will become the army of consumers and also provide the level of people that can work.
All right, so lastly, which is most important, do you think that whether it's local production, whether it's local assembly, or investors coming into this renewable energy, will that automatically or will that in the future translate to cheaper electricity costs? Because electricity tariff is not cheap. We have band A, band B. I'm under band A, and I know what I go through with band A.
Okay, so the sources of electricity, Nigeria is diversifying.
Yes.
We are looking at a transition between now 2060.
Yes, 2060.
A transition to an efficient gas-powered energy sector, energy industry, electricity sector. So we are looking at that. We are looking at issues where we've started seeing governments of subnationals.
Yes.
They've started developing renewable energy plants that are using wind or other sources that now had more to, it's not connected to the national grid, but I can see it as a complementary effort to the national grid. So if we begin to see subnationals take this initiative to diversify their sources of power, I believe a time is going to come whereby a few people will be connected to the national grid, and people will have the alternative to say, okay, I am moving away from the national grid. I don't want to be connected to the national grid. I want to, I want to resort to renewable energy. Others can, resort to other sources of power. And in that sense, the number of people we have through the conventional source of power is going to reduce, and the number of people we have in those that will be relying on those different sources of power are going to reduce. Probably a few of them will be dedicated to industrialists who will be running on that platform for the purpose of efficiency and production of goods and services. So in that specific case, if you have less number of people depending on different sources of power, it will cut down, the burden on this conventional means where
less grid collapse.
We have less grid collapse, and of course it should come with affordability at that specific point in time.
Yes, the $400 million projected deal is a good and welcome investment, but like Priya said, let the subnationals, let them also go into, let's not just leave the federal government into it. Let states, apart from Lagos, let other states key into this. In turn, let it translate to cheaper and affordable electricity. Let's move on to the next story. President Bola Tinubu has welcomed Shell's $2 billion final investment decision, FID, on the new gas development project in shallow offshore Highfield. Located in oil mining lease OML 144, the non-associated gas NAG project is expected to produce about 350 million standard cubic feet of gas per day from 2028. Nearly one-third of the gas needed to power Nigeria NLG Limited Train 7 project. Now, the development marks a major step towards expanding domestic gas supply and boosting Nigeria's energy security. Now, according to President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, the project raises the total upstream investment commitments in Nigeria's oil and gas sector to over $8 billion since President Tinubu assumed office in 2023. The administration says this reflects growing investor confidence driven by ongoing reforms and policy stability in the energy industry. Now we're looking at gas. Renewable energy taken care of. Gas also is now coming into the play.
Yeah.
And I know some states, I know Dangote or Tedola, they are delicates, they're all going into gas.
Yes.
How does the future look for us? I mean, the goal is $8 billion, according to Bayo Ononuga.
Okay, so the $8 billion investment that we're talking about is it is how much the administration, has been able to attract as a way of investment, investment commitment into the gas, the upstream sector. So in that specific case, yes, we just have a recent commitment of $2 billion, and that's from Shell.
Yes.
And what this would do is that it signals investment confidence in that part. And if you look at it very well, it's about 400 or 350 million standard cubic feet. This is going to expand the domestic gas pool in Nigeria. And it's not only going to expand the domestic gas pool, it's also going to tackle issues that have to do with infrastructure as far as gas provision is concerned. It will ease the fuel constraints that we are currently going to, and our throttle power generation is going to increase and give birth to power generation. And if it gives birth to power generation indirectly, that in itself is powering industrialization in the country. So we are in the right direction. However, the timeline of the production from 2028 means the benefit are
3
not
years from now.
immediate. Yes, that's good. That's the timeline. The benefits are not immediate, and success it requires regular regulations need to be in place so that we do not get lost in the communities. In the process, rather, host communities are also going to show concern. So as this investment commitment is by the side, I believe we know that recently the government reached out to River State, the Ogoni 4, and has made not just a proposal by way of reminder, reminding the community that the government is going to come again to start with oil production in this part of town. That's a very, very good signal this year. It actually points to the fact that the government had initiated conversation with the people at the community level. So do not be surprised when you see us here again. And it's also not just telling them that we are going to start production. I believe it's also a platform to also tell them that, look, we expect you to buy into this process, because the benefit is not just going to be for the federal government, but the host communities are going to have their own chunk of the benefit, and it's going to be a win-win for both the government and the people.
So how, of course, how would this reflect investors' confidence in its administration?
Gas commercialization, because this is actually translating to gas commercialization. Is going to reflect in price, the delivery in contracts in those
price.
Places. Yes, it's going to reflect
in
price.
Coming to.
Yes, because this is going to not only expand gas production, infrastructure will be erected and put in place. And if other investors could see that a specific investor is coming to $0.2 billion into that specific industry, that specific sector, it's going to expand the scale of business and confidence, investor confidence in that terrain, and other investors will be attracted to equally come in to buy into such projects, not only specifically that such projects, different areas. If one is going to Ogun State, one is going to River State, another is going to Delta State, and we have the presence of massive investors coming into that place. It's expanded the whole sector. I was talking about pricing and delivery of contracts, and those are going to be well handled.
I'm looking at security risk also, because
security risk.
Yes, of this offshore installations, may face sabotage, piracy, vandalism. How do you think we can tackle
the
this?
Nigerian Navy, in the Niger Delta, the Nigerian Navy are on ground.
You have the Tantita on ground.
Tantita equally, it's on ground. So if you're looking at offshore erecting infrastructure, piracy, whoever is going to engage in such feat of criminal act knows that is contending with the Nigerian Navy. The sea is contending with Tantita, is contending with other security agencies that are saddled with the responsibility of keeping the business climate intact and peaceful, so that we can have the flow of the ease of doing business. And this is a long-term takeoff.
It's a long-term takeoff. So I'm looking at policy, the policy consistency of this. How sustainable is this? It's 2028.
Yes.
This is assuming we still have the same administration.
No, I think this is where most people get it wrong.
Government continuum?
Yeah, continuum, of course. Government continuity. It's not rocket science. We've seen Lagos has broken that. Okay, fine. People will say, no, Lagos has not really broken that, because it's one political party that has been
running through.
That has been running through. However, even though we don't, for the purpose of democracy, you need to come and prove your mettle as a political party for you to, earn the votes coming from Nigerians to you. The thing is, where we should have instances where we have a national plan, and irrespective of the political power that comes into the saddle, should they do not have the right or the authority to deviate from that plan. That plan, that plan should be stonecast. It should be made available to the National Assembly, not in the National Assembly as 360 reps coming together, not the National Assembly as people who win votes, but the National Assembly as an institution, and should become a law within the period, the duration of time that that specific national development plan will be on ground, in the sense that if the Speaker of the House of Representatives or if the President of the Senate is Mr. A from Party 123, you make sure that, look, irrespective whether it's the government is from your political party or not, this national plan should be adhered to. It should be sacrosanct. That, look, you are to build 2 refineries within 5 years, and either a part of the capital has been raised through bond and part of the capital is going to be raised through other sources of revenue, then that is how it should be. It should be the responsibility of the National Assembly to follow through. It should be the responsibility of the National Council of State to also, the National Council of State may not have that constitutional bite to really put the government in check, but it should be on the shoulders of the National Assembly that this is a law and we must follow through. Just the way the National Assembly follow their house rules, either in the Senate or in the House of Representatives, follow their house rules in details to make sure that it is followed. And if any member breach those rules, they are either disciplined, just as the recent case with Natasha Akpoti that we saw. The national plan for economic development, if it's from 2025 to 2028, from 2025 to 2030, or if it's from just whatever duration, 5, 7 years duration, 10 years duration for that national plan to run, and the plan has put specific projects, specific infrastructure and facilities in place and made some laws or policies to aid that process for it to run, then it should be followed sacrosantly, irrespective whether it was done by, during the administration of Party XYZ. Now, Party ABC is on the saddle. They're not going to follow it. They're not bound by such unilateral decisions. It should be looked at that way.
All right, so how will this project affect domestic power supply, and industrial gas use? And let me also ask again, do you think this investment would help stabilize electricity tariffs or reduce dependence on, of course, diesel generators?
Well, that's the end goal, to reduce dependence on diesel and generators. That's the end goal. And for tariff, who is going to be imposing the tariff? These are all local initiatives. Fine. At the first time when it starts running, we are going to be having, we might pay a little bit more, most likely. Okay. But as it continues, because there are some services, having conversation recently with someone who was fighting for the privatization of water facilities in Lagos. We had conversation with someone in Nigeria and someone in the United States of America. It is seen that water is a right, as enshrined in the Constitution. It's a right, so it should not be tampered with. It should not be privatized. I was making reference to that because I need to get to a specific responsibility that the government has been saddled with, as enshrined in the Constitution. It should be in Section 14, that the protection of lives and property should be one of the, and the welfare of the people should be the responsibility of government. Yes. And if those welfare are going to be available, there are some services that the government is bound to produce, to provide, without having a motive for profit. Without having motive for profit. Make electricity available. Find that it will be charged. It will not come at a free cost. But it should not become so much of a burden to the people that their welfare is affected and it has become a disadvantage. That we should give priority to that, because that used to be the status quo. Yes. In times past. But recently, when I say recently, I'm looking at 20, 30 years back, the government is saying that, we need to make profit. And that is almost becoming the trend now, and we must equally watch it.
All right, it's still Souk Business Landscape. We'll take a breather here now. Please don't stop your comments. Keep your comments coming in. Like, comment, and share. We'll be right back on Souk Business Landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Rebranding.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souq business landscape.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's move on to the next story. Nigeria requires about 22 million metric tons of rice annually to satisfy domestic consumption, according to the Minister of State for Agriculture, Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi. Speaking during a public hearing on 3 agricultural bills organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Agricultural Production and Services, the minister disclosed that the country currently produces around 20 million metric tons, leaving a shortfall of about 2 million tons. He stressed that sustained investment and consistent funding of the agricultural sector are essential to boosting rice yields and bridging the production gap. Abdullahi added that the increased mechanization, improved seed varieties, and better irrigation systems would be key to achieving self-sufficiency and reducing reliance on imports. Now, Nigeria in Africa is one of the largest producers of rice, yet we still import. We consume a whole lot of rice, but yet we still import. I mean, custom is there, seizing, this and that. And we had a particular rice that Lagos and a particular state partnered. It was a major success. I think about that particular rice at a point. But now, this is what we are hearing. Yes, the minister has talked about irrigation, flood, and a whole lot of things. But how can we close this gap, this 2 million metric ton gap? What can be done?
I think we need to increase local investment. Local investment that private smallholder farmers need to have access to credit. Private smallholder farmers need to have access to insurance. And private smallholder, excuse me, private smallholder farmers need to have access to other facilities. We are looking at processing, milling, and logistics. Just 2 million metric tons. Yes, it is small, but it gives rise to a level of import. Because, and that 2 million metric tons of rice that should be imported into the country is not only going to affect domestic production in its own sense, even though it is seen as in another sense as complementing domestic production in itself, is going to have another pressure of foreign exchange on the naira. And that is not good.
Let's look at flooding first. Let's start with flooding before we come to policies. We've had series of flood. I mean, NIMET, NEMA, they come out every year to give updates on cities, states prone to this. And year in, year out, we come out with large funds to try and mitigate or solve the problem instead of coming up with a proactive measure. How can we tackle flooding, first of all? Because it's affecting farmers.
Effective drainage system needs to be created. In fact, the issue about flooding is quite complicated and vast, because you look at effective drainage system as one of the things that are lacking in some of these communities. And some of these communities, where they are located in areas that they just cannot escape flooding.
True.
Most especially during the raining season. And that is why, even though you referenced you referenced NIMET, there had been times when flooding, NIMET had given warning for 6 months before the rainy season. 5 months, 4 months, 3 months before the rainy season. In such cases, fine, some who are quite proactive may leave, others may not, probably because they don't have anywhere to go. In other instances, we've seen a case where this flooding actually took place, or washed off all the harvest of farmers.
Yes.
In fact, it even goes ahead to infiltrate some of the roads that the federal government and states government are building in some of these states whenever those flooding comes. And when this flooding comes, it always exposes and reveals how dilapidated some of our roads are. So effective drainage system, when you go to the farm, the minister equally said that some of the areas that we are looking at is mechanization of farming and the creation of irrigation systems that need to be put in place to make sure that our farms are, well made, proof of the flooding system or the flooding season whenever it comes, so that we do not have loss of this of our farm.
We still have poor infrastructure, like limited storage, milling factories. What can be done?
Those are going to private investors will need to take the initiative to do that. Yes, because it's going to be it's private. I know others will want to look at the business environment, does government created the right ecosystem that is conducive enough for private investors to go, set up a processing plant for rice in Nigeria? Has the government created a required milling system? I think I would say the government has done its bit, but it can do more. Because if the annual consumption is about 22 million metric tons, and at the moment now, domestic production-wise, we're doing 20 million metric tons.
I also want to ask, there's the issue of smuggling, rice smuggling, importation, and the rest of them. Do you think it's, because we seem to have a lot of rice being imported or smuggled in, do you think it's cheaper for these importers or smugglers to bring in rice rather than produce locally? Because I remember also at a crossroad when Obasanjo said he asked Dangote about the cement industry. Dangote, according to Obasanjo, confided in him and said, it is cheaper for me to import cement than to produce. So do you think this is something that is also happening?
Okay, so I think that boils back to the capacity and the wherewithal of some of the challenges facing the production and manufacturing locally. And we've made a very, very good reference to power as one of the significant and critical sources and input for production. If that is going to come at a very high cost, production has been affected. And after it has been produced, the prices, the producers and the manufacturers will need to recoup not just their capital and the investment into the business, but they also need to make profit. So it will now be put on the final burden will now be transferred to the consumer. While for other countries, like those other countries or states that are contiguous to Nigeria, they import most of this rice. But you know, their target is not their country to sell. They rebag this rice and they ship it into Nigeria. For them, the market is Nigeria.
I have also
They
heard
ship it directly through either through legitimate means and some other part, like you mentioned, through illegitimate means by bringing it into the country. And when they bring it into the country, they make profit, even though their rice may not be as expensive as the one that is locally produced. Then what are they doing? This is indirectly defeating the local rice production in the country, because when you bring in those rice that are shipped in for a lesser price, they crash the prices in the market.
So what do you think can be done? Do you think Central Bank of Nigeria's Anchor Borrowers Program, which was launched in 2015, it was aimed to boost local rice output? Mixed reactions, mixed profits, mixed gains and all that. Do you think we should have something like that? And what about the partnership between Lagos and Niger? Do you think other states should collaborate?
Yes, they should do that. Most especially if they have population like Lagos, or they look forward to having a population like Lagos, or if they have plans of building the level of infrastructure in their states that has the capacity to attract investors. They should be looking at things like that. Creating the right environment for people to come live in and do business is very, very critical for production. Now, you asked a specific question, and I'm trying to remember it because I want to actually answer it. Government needs to tighten the illegitimate means and conduits through which this imported rice into other countries contiguous to Africa, most especially the West African region, and they are finding their way into the Nigerian rice market, and they are crashing the local price. We need to find a way to tighten it, to make sure that the Nigerian customs, either at the borders or at the seaports, manning their positions very well, and the government can put a tariff on those rices. Put a high tariff on them.
But we seem to have this insatiable appetite for imported rice.
Okay,
how do we do you think if you impose more tariff or higher tariffs on this rice brought in, do you think consumers
that comes to quality? Because there are other allegations and accusations coming from Nigerians who had been berated for not, patronizing the locally produced rice. That why does it seem like you have insatiable appetite for foreign products? And they are telling you, look, they cannot buy rice and they are eating it at home, and they see stones in it.
That boils down on manufacturing, quality.
Manufacturing, milling, processing in the country. They need to, the quality needs to be there, because they need it to, when you put them side by side with the ones that are imported into the country, people will go for quality, because you don't want to think that you're going to be eating locally produced rice and you'll be chewing stones in the process. It's quite.
That happened to you Sunday.
So if that happens, you want to save yourself that stress by resorting to the imported rice, if the imported rice is the one that have that quality. But I don't really think it's only the imported rice that have that quality. There are other locally made rice that have that quality, where there are no stones, that went through the right and good processes of processing and milling. And when that is done, make it available to Nigerians, put it out there. And the thing is, the government should tighten up those loose ends and put a tariff on this imported rice. Put a tariff on the imported rice. Make it very, very difficult. Former President Muhammadu Buhari, after putting on some list of items that should not be imported into Nigeria and shut the borders, it became very good. And Nigerians resorted to the local production, to locally produced and locally made rice, and that's where most of these disadvantages came to the fore. That look, they're not well processed, and some other people took the initiative to bring in other methods for them to produce and process it in a way that is befitting to be eaten, and they got it right. So investors, most especially domestic and local investors, should be looking at processing of local rice as one of the most lucrative part of business to be considered.
Yes, of course, apart from analyzing business trends, one of the things we do here on Souk Business Landscape is to give you business opportunities. Local manufacturers, this is a business opportunity you can actually go into. 2 million tons deficit. We need something. The government also needs to tighten their end, build some sort of quality control to make sure that the rice produced locally are of standard or at par with those imported. Maybe you can add more tariffs on the imported rice, or if possible, tighten our borders to make sure that the customs are actually doing well. Kudos to them. Let's move on to the next story. The federal government has blamed the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, for delaying the release of 50 billion naira meant for the revitalization of public universities. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, stated this on Monday during an interview. Alausa said most of ASU's long-standing demands have already been addressed by the Tinubu administration, including issues related to welfare and infrastructure funding. He maintained that the union's internal bottlenecks and lack of cooperation were slowing down implementation of agreed reforms. He further dismissed allegations that the government has been unresponsive to ASU's needs, noting that consistent dialogue and engagement have been sustained since the beginning of the administration. According to him, the government remains committed to improving tertiary education but requires ASU's collaboration to achieve timely progress. So we're back at it again. Academic Staff Union of Universities are threatening an imminent strike. I mean, for a while now,
What's their reason?
For a while now, we've not had strike. I think there has been some sort of sanity, succor brought back to the education system, but now they are threatening, for this. What is the problem? According to Alausa, he has said that most of their demands have already been met. So where is the break in communication, if I would put it that way?
I think from what you read, he said this specific obstruction or mooted strike is coming from the union's internal politicking. And if that's the case, if that is true, that it's going to, because I do not want to see the jostling for political power within the Academic Staff Union of Universities as the main reason why they want to go on strike. So, but I am more concerned by the 50 billion naira revitalization fund that the government is talking about, and that the internal politicking of the Academic Staff Union is actually delaying the process of releasing that money. Delaying the process of releasing that money. What this means is that investment in tertiary education, infrastructure, and staff welfare is central. It is very, very central to human capital development, and it underpins productivity, innovation, and competitiveness. But if it is being delayed, the disadvantage is that the upgrades of school facilities, education facilities, will stall. If it's been delayed, that the facilities and research capacity, which matters to our domestic education system and skill of formation to attract research and development investment, are also delayed.
Now, from what I have here, information here says the 50 billion naira fund is part of the revitalization agreement between the federal government and Academic Staff Union, dating back to 2009. That's the federal government and ASU agreement, which sought to improve infrastructure, research, staff welfare in public universities. Now, ASU on their own saying they've gone on repeated strikes, citing that the government's failure to fulfill these obligations.
This specific obligation.
Especially regarding earned allowances and revitalization funds and universities' autonomy.
Are they not, universities' autonomy, well, are they not all included? Apart from a few other things that you mentioned, the revitalization fund, and the building of infrastructure, the revival of labs and other facilities in the university. Are they not in all the 50 billion naira that the government is saying that they are ready to release, but the workings of the union is not helping the process?
So that's why I said there's a miscommunication here. The ASU is saying they've not met it. federal government is saying, or Dr. Alausa is saying,
you are preventing the process.
Preventing the
you
process.
are delaying the process. So why would the government say you are delaying the process if you are not, if they are, because on the other hand, the government cannot be ready to disburse 50 billion naira to the education ministry or to the education sector, and ASU will stop the government. It's just so you can see that both parties are trying to get to each other, and the message is not very, very clear, because if ASU cannot say, the government can say, I want to give you 50 billion for what the agreement that the federal government reached with ASU in 2009, and ASU will stall the process.
But
and at the same time,
at the bottom of it all, it affects. They say when two elephants fight, the grass suffers. It's the students that are going to bear the brunt.
That's been the case since time immemorial. So what other route, what other ways can ASU prosecute their fight also needs to be asked. Because the government, I remember when the story came out, the government actually reminded ASU that, look, do not forget, the no work, no pay policy is also going to kick in. So be mindful of the decisions that you are making.
Do you think ASU would defy that order, that standing?
Oh, ASU had defied it before. Because ASU had defied it before. And even it is somehow tacitly stated that protest is the way to resort to, should be the last resort, last hope, the last thing that you resort to. So I think ASU and the federal government, Mr. Tunji Alausa needs to, and the Minister of Education needs to come to the round table to have this conversation again. So probably during that 50 billion naira that the government is proposing to release, maybe the salary and all other emolument is not in it. But we need to look at the breakdown before we conclude if it is not in it. And I do not see any reason if the government wants to release 50 billion and ASU would say we want to go ahead and protest, because that doesn't really add up.
Well, I would suggest a transparent front management. I mean, if we could create a joint implementation committee between the federal government, ASU, and probably TED Fund, to oversee these funds. Because while ASU is clamoring that you have not given us this, the federal government is saying you are delaying this, maybe TED Fund will come as an intermediary to, mediate between these two heavyweights and see something. Because whether we like it or not, the students are the ones that are going to bear the brunt of this particular strike if it goes forward. And just like you said, strike should be the last resort. But ASU, over time, they've also claimed that most of this agreement is actually on paper. It's a signed agreement, but it's just implementation that is the problem. Yes, I know the Tinubu administration inherited most of these problems. It's dated back to 2009. So Tinubu administration inherited most of it, but do you think how can the Senate also this time around step into this, because we cannot keep having recurring strikes?
Well, if we talk about the National Assembly coming into the process, maybe if they had their awards in public universities in Nigeria, and by virtue of the strike, they found them to be sitting down at home for 1 month, 2 months, and they are not going to school, maybe they will ask questions and they will sit up. But if we begin to see some form of inputs that does not really solve the problem, or we begin to see this laid-back disposition, it's not going to help the matter. However, we expect them, since they are equally saddled with oversight function, probably can request the Committee on Education. The Committee on Education can speak with ASU and also speak with the Minister Alausa to find a common ground for both parties to solve the problem.
Yes, let's find a common ground to solve this problem. We cannot keep having recurring strike. It's getting boring. It's becoming an old record. And that's it. That's the business pulse for this week on Souk Business Landscape, where market meets insight. As Nigeria and the world navigate energy shift, policy reforms, and global alliances, one thing remains clear. The business of today is shaping the economy of tomorrow. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon.
And I'm Oyinpriye Krumale. Good morning to you.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souqnews.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souqnews.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souqnews TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souqnews.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souqnews, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souqnews TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in a workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know. I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, the value its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. I mean, so we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over there. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your put as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I mean, we're there. Female CJN.
Yeah.
And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo will are the same. We have a lot.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eko Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eko Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eko Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. In 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ig Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Ig Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Aige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Aige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Aigboje Aige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but, you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Aige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the fourth African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Aige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Aige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
First of all, I may ask, who is 65 years old here? Some of us, we are not have the age. And some of us, we are above the age. We have to appreciate God's presence, keeping us long life and then prosperity. We see the day, it was so fantastic to us. So we are celebrating this in the spite of the force. 65 years, you calculated day and time and hours. Over millions days, over 1 million days. And the way we call about the years, that we know. So let's multiply 65 times 365. It gives us a long protest. Now, if by grace of God you are around for 65 years, that is a good news for you. You have to take care of. Some did not have, some of us, we have it. So we have to appreciate, to celebrate. And moreover too, whatever we do, we have to thank God for His grace. Give us the opportunity to see the day today, to celebrate it with all ourselves. Whatever good or bad, we marry together and we formit ourselves good Nigerians. That's the best thing to do. Yeah, surely we have the leaders. In everything in home, you have a leader. Father, mother, they are all leaders. And moreover too, they have to give us what it takes. And no the child or not anybody cannot pass through parental aspect of it. So definitely we have leaders who can lead us for a better height. Now it's by prayer and supplication. We know a lot. The challenges are not what we expect, but at the same time, they meet us for 65 years. So we have to appreciate whatever they do. The point that I have to motivate and encourage them, whatever they do the right thing so that to get to the bottom of our children's generation to come forward. That's the most important. The fact that presently we are finding a lot of difficulties in the spirit that we have the leaders, where you have to look at it is most important, our education. And moreover, parental aspect of it, to take care of the children at home, to know their values and whatever they do, they are not worthy to that. So automatically there's no job creativity. That is one. Education was not going high. That two. Then automatically our medical sector was not quite okay. So we have to adjust to structure that area. Then we can move better for more. No, it is naturally. It's a many are called, but few are chosen. Some of us, we are leaders. Some of us, we are religious leaders. But along the line, our mindset is not working toward goal, what God has planned for our future. And moreover too, we did not go to the right direction. The main fact that everyone have his own way of operating. Now, when you get to the Bible, there are a lot of things you can able to quote, and you will see that most of us, we are interested in one particular area, not by godly. Particular, all of us have come short of the glory of God. Moreover too, a Redeemer came to redeem us, probably if we have hope, and if we have trust in Him, therefore we can make things different. But the point is that, are we able to submit ourselves, then we can carry on the responsibility to make the world better tomorrow. Now, the government has to sit right because probably they take a mandate and power, so they do not listen to anybody's advice. Moreover, too, they are not reading. They are all part of political issues based upon their mindset. And it's not today it was happening because the Pharisees and Sadducees are doing this in the past many years. They are now fine-tune things and put people away from the system wherever they know the right thing to be done, not be done. So automatically, those are the things that are giving us a step back. Now, area they have to come in to put things right, they are not there because nobody will checkmate them. They have power to even to question me or whatever they have. They are controlling the economy, whatever it is. That is the main fact. But the point is, they have to look down that the generation comes are most important. Now, in by and large, when you look at the Bible or whatever I can see, the Word of God is telling us, God gave us a commandment. In the first thing, we are naive. And moreover, when God created man, most of us are naive in a certain way. There's no law. And that law was broken down after Moses, before the law came to the world. But we turned the law to our personal self. Now we make our own law to define our law. But the law, what God gives us, we abandon it outside. So that is the reason why things are fall apart. And moreover, too, we didn't value those laws. But if we cherish the laws, by this time we can get better way of life to live. Because we don't care what is happening. We care for ourselves, self-centered. That's the way forward we are seeing today. So most religious leaders, many are interested in the world, not in spiritual. And when you don't have the spiritual backing, with the Holy Spirit or spiritual or anywhere, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Christian, when you know yourself that this body belongs to God, then there's no need to even to go beyond. We tackle it when we are all understand the fun factor. The problem we have in Nigeria is very simple. If all of us will understand that we love each other, there's no love. We love money more than God. And naturally, when you look at Luke 16, he will tell you more about it. And when you look at the same thing, you look at Matthew 5, he will tell you something about this, he will tell you something about the same thing. We are interested in money. You go to the street and see, some they are dead, but they are living. That's what we see today. Children have been drinking something what you don't understand, and at the same time, they are on their own. They cannot control them. Nobody can control their emotion, whatever. So they have a lot of problems. I'm afraid if probably 20 years back, maybe those children I'm talking about 17, 21, 20, 25, the way they are living right now, no education, no business, no nothing. Now 20 years back, I would be more than maybe I'm 100 and I don't know, God will take me. I cannot talk more. Moreover, through that 20 years, this country, if we don't fish out properly, will damage the country because those who want to rule us, those 20 years children, 17 years, they are now reaching about 40 or 45. And 40, 45, they are being government. What are they going to do? This is my fear. It's fear that all of us, the religious leaders, any elders, wake up and build up your children to infrastructure, restructure them, and at the same time, impart the knowledge of God to them, let them have the fear of God and that to work modalities. Now we are gradually want to go to World Cup. That's our mindset. When it comes to sports, all of us, we are one. But when it's no sports, we are not one. I want you to understand that. When it comes to sport, Nigeria is one. When we are not, without sport, we are not one. We separate ourselves. Because once you are Nigerian, you have to support Nigeria. That's okay. Only sport brought us together and put sanity to our face. We smile by sports. When we win or we lose, we know what we do. It takes. Now, that's more. Grassroots football is most important. I can give an example for some people who have done it and they make it. Today in Drusu, we were able to carry under 16 to 17 World Cup, and he's surviving it. He make the World Cup grand. Now we can talk about Yemi Teller. He did the same thing, under 21, under 17. He made it under the grassroots. Now, we don't cherish the grassroots football. We didn't value them, they are important. There's no provision toward that. Probably if the FA have plans for under 17 tournaments or league playing within the communities, I think we can build up. Moreover, too, in schools, we are not cherishing schools in all sports affairs so that we can get a grassroots from the children. That is number 2. But if you are now believing that we want to have a national team, we have to buy somebody to import from England to come and play. Who doesn't play the league in Nigeria? Today, we are facing challenges. Reason because most players we have in national team, none of them are playing league in Nigeria. There is no proprietor handled club side in Nigeria no more because taxes are too high. And government was not doing any work, probably. It didn't care about sport, but only went to count to cherish them that, yeah, we have done well. But if you are pumping money to that particular area, we can build up better. Give us the grassroots, we can make it. It depends upon how we could do it. That's my fear. I want to talk to our parents, and I want to talk to the nation, I want to talk to the government. Please, I am saying it. I'm not a soothsayer, but spiritually, psychologically, sit down and watch what is going on. If you are here, you are fine, but get outside. You see a lot of things you never see before. Children of 17 years, they're drunk. They do a lot of things. Now they are holding phone. Even technology are killing most Nigerians right now. Parents are holding phone. They don't care what the children do. Fathers or mothers that do the same thing. They hold phone from morning to night. They are looking what is that TikTok or whatever coming in, and they say they will get money. Now they are now looking for inwardly of getting money. Say, call me, chat with me, I will get you money. This is what is going on. The children are not interested to work because there's no work. Now we are automatically. If you have a children, you have a problem. One. If your child wants to marry, ask him whether he knows how to cook food, a female or male. They all eat fast food. So what are you going to do? Nobody can cook. If your in-law come to your house tomorrow, you say, I want to eat something. He said, it's not ISO at all. It's a disgrace. And we are part of the system. We never support our children. Then moreover too, we parents too, we don't do well. And moreover, government too is not our system. Now school fees are too expensive. We have private schools are very expensive. Nobody checkmate what is going on. And moreover, the government school, we are not giving the facilities they need. Probably we have computers in our schools, government schools. It's better. Only private school have it. But the government school, they didn't care about it. Whatever you gain. And this is government school. That is the main thing. The government know what it has. You have to build it the better way so that other schools will follow the same process. So, moreover, the school education is outright. Let's forget about it. If we want to talk about education, because we are not ready. Everybody is now for business. And that business, illegal business, everybody is doing what is pleased itself. Likewise that, if the government have interest, then if we, the parents, have interest in what our children we have, because somebody don't have a child today, say, I want to have a child. He will force himself to have a child. But can you take care of that child? These are the main things we have to talk about. In the future, we are parents, we have not done well. So we have to checkmate ourselves that look at the mirror and look at yourself. I'm fine. The same fine, let's make sure the children will be fine. Everything God created is good.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. still I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state State Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the State Revenue Service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bill are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. and they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population, and then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. And the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that, yeah, we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL fund. So NEL fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASEMI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them, and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third fund, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycles, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Well, you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. that 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap. If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain these figures, but you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that we making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. And even that provision has been made.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. Nigeria has officially assumed the chairmanship of the Intergovernmental Group of 24, the G24, pledging to lead efforts that amplify the voices of developing nations and advance inclusive global economic reforms. The announcement was made by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, through its official X handle, confirming that the country will formally take office on November 1st, 2025. The Central Bank Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, representing the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edo, reaffirmed Nigeria's dedication to promoting fairer global monetary policies and development financing. Cardoso said the country's leadership will focus on strengthening the G24's role as a unifying platform for emerging economies to influence international financial decisions that affect their growth and stability. Established in 1971, the G24 brings together developing countries to coordinate common positions on global economic and fiscal issues. Nigeria's leadership marks a strategic moment in its pursuit for deeper trade partnerships and investment opportunities across manufacturing, agriculture, and energy sector. The federal government emphasized that this position will enhance Nigeria's global economic influence while advancing its agenda for equitable growth and sustainable development among developing nations. The Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, under the Operation Whirlwind, intercepted 1,980 jerrycans of premium motor spirit valued at 80.4 million naira that were being smuggled to the Republic of Benin. The National Coordinator, Assistant Controller, Kola Oladiji, revealed in Ikeja that the seizure took place across several smuggling flashpoints in Lagos and Ogun State over the last 7 weeks. Oladiji stated that the operation supported by the intelligence report led to an interception of 7 vehicles used to transport fuel along routes such as Badagry, Ijon, and Idiroko. He explained that the smugglers had concealed the product for illegal export. The 4 officers intercepted them, preventing further economic loss and supply disruption. He added that the anti-smuggling initiative aligned with the federal government's downstream reform agenda aims to curb petroleum product diversion, ensure fuel availability, and protect government revenue. A filling station linked to the illegal trade was sealed, while 1 suspect was arrested and granted administrative bail pending investigation. Now, Nigeria and the United Kingdom have agreed to commence the process of amending their bilateral air services agreement to reflect current global aviation realities and enhance cooperation between both nations. The development was disclosed by Special Advisor on Media and Communications to the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Tunde Moshood, in a statement issued on Tuesday. According to the statement, the agreement was reached during a meeting in Abuja between the Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, and a delegation of British Airways executive led by Alan Campbell and Murren Berger. Both parties discussed the need to modernize the agreement to promote fair competition, expand route opportunities, and strengthen aviation relations between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. The meeting also focused on improving passenger experience and ensuring uninterrupted operations during the ongoing renovation of Muritala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos. Minister Keyamo commended British Airways for its long-standing service in Nigeria and reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to fostering a stable and investor-friendly environment for international carriers. Germany's business community is urging the government to adopt a decisive Africa shift in its economic policy to strengthen partnerships with African nations and secure critical raw materials. The Sub-Saharan African Initiative for German Business, SAFRI, made the call in a policy paper stressing that Africa must be viewed not just as a future market, but as a key partner in ensuring Europe's economic resilience. SAFRI Chairman Thomas Schaffer stated that Africa's vast reserves of essential minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and are essential to Germany's industrial transformation and energy transition. He warned that ongoing export restrictions from China have already disrupted German production, highlighting the urgency of establishing legally binding resource partnerships with African countries to diversify supply chain. The paper also advocated for greater support of the African Continental Free Trade Area and stronger European Union economic agreements with Africa. Schaffer emphasized that Germany must move beyond traditional aid-based engagement towards a partnership model built on mutual opportunity, investment, and sustainable growth. Now, Malaysia is set to engage the United States in talks over sectorial tariffs, including semiconductors, during the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN Summit, scheduled for October 26 to 28 in Kuala Lumpur. The discussion will involve Malaysia's Trade Minister Tengku Zafrul Aziz and U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, with both sides aiming to finalize a tariff agreement expected to be signed at the summit. The United States currently imposes a 19% tariff on Malaysian export, although semiconductors or products are exempt pending a national security review. Malaysia, the world's 6th largest semiconductor exporter, has warned that the removal of such exemptions could weaken its competitiveness and disrupt global supply chains. Tengku Zafrul stated that the negotiations will cover tariff across manufacturing, industrial, and agricultural sectors, adding that a successful deal could boost trade and investment flows between both nations. Other Southeast Asian countries are also expected to sign trade pacts with Washington during the summit, as the region seeks to navigate growing trade tensions and maintain economic stability. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souqnews TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly, it's Just Africa. Stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just two of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment. Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe. Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side knows. So in that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning logs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes, thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention, because this is business, not push talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry point. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia, mahogany, or share. This burn longer and cleaner. And please, don't just cut trees anyhow. Get your wood legally and where possible. Support replanting. Illegal logging is the fastest way to lose your business before it. All right, let's go to step 2. Carbonize like a pro. Charcoal is made in kilns. While many still use traditional earth kilns, modern alternatives like the Casaman's kilns or Adaman retort kilns produce better yields, reduce smoke, and are friendlier to the environment. A small investment in an improved kilns can double your output and your profit. Now, step 3, bag it right. Local sales, use 25 kg or 50 kg sacks. For export, your charcoal must be dry, dust-free, and neatly packaged. Now, exporters deal in 20-foot or 40-foot containers, each holding up to 25 tons. So let's go to step 4. Know your market. If you're selling locally, look for suya sellers, grill restaurants, restaurants and food vendors in urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, or Port Harcourt, and many in Nigeria. Charcoal sells fast, especially during festive seasons. Now, exporters, on the other hand, deal with buyers in Germany, UK, Belgium, Israel, UAE, and more. You will need a registered business and export license from NEPC and reliable logistics partners. That's very important, isn't it? So let's move to 5. Learn network. Grow. You need to network and you need to grow. The charcoal business is not enter and blow. No way. You need to learn the ropes. Join export forums, visit charcoal hubs in places like Oyo, Nasarawa, Kogi, and even Ogun State. Build relationships with local producers and study what foreign buyers want. And yes, think beyond just lump charcoal. There's briquette charcoal, eco-friendly, compressed charcoal made from agricultural waste, and that's the future. It's cleaner, greener, and already catching fire somewhere far off Africa. If you get small capital and you no load, this business they pay you. You fit load one truck and make better money. But customers and forest wahala, if it spoil your market, oh, so yes, there are risks. The government can clamp down on deforestation. Poor quality charcoal can ruin your reputation, especially with international buyers. Export delays, customs seizure, they are all real. But with knowledge, structure, and strategy, you can turn charcoal into gold. So here is your takeaways. Charcoal is not just for the poor man's stove. It's for the smart man's pocket. It's a hustle, a venture, a serious export commodity. And whether you start small or go global, it is very much a cash craft. Remember, this isn't professional investment advice. It's a spark, a mental wake-up call that opportunity is often found where people don't bother to look. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, and today, what did I do? I have actually helped you to turn smoke into substance on Cashcraft.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souqnews TV. Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on Souqnews Television, your window into the continent's business, economy, and development stories. Here, we break down trends, spotlight opportunities, and track the forces shaping Africa's future. I am Omevi Idolo, and I don't have to do this alone. I have Amolu Emmanuel. Emmanuel, what's up?
Very well, thank you. Another interesting day to talk about issues that happen around Africa, and today's conversation I know would be very interesting for a lot of people to listen to.
Yeah, I'm so much excited myself. You know, despite global progress in gender equality, African girls remain underrepresented in leadership roles across schools, communities, and professional sectors. UNESCO reports that girls face systemic barriers to leadership training, mentorship, and opportunities to innovate, limiting their participation in decision-making processes. This gap restricts social, economic, and civic development and perpetuates gender inequality in future leadership pipelines. So on today's show, our focus will be on girls in leadership, building and innovating in a fast-changing world. You know, in a world that is fast, that is transforming at lightning speed, we are exploring how young women are not just keeping up, but they are stepping up to lead, build, and innovate. You know, before the show, I was having a conversation with Emmanuel, and Emmanuel said that he wants to give birth to only girls because what girls are doing in today's society is mind-blowing. We are not just running the show. Yeah. We are shaping the narrative. Mm-hmm. You know what
I won't stand here and pretend.
Yeah.
Right? And I remember we had one of our guests sometime, and he said, if for nothing, Nigeria particularly gives a lot of access to the female gender,
yes,
right?
I remember.
And then he gave us instances of how our women have crossed places, even where you didn't even imagine. Like the World Trade Organization, it's one of us that is there. You talk about the AFDB, we drop people there. You talk about very, very international bodies, we've also put females there. And you see them top head banks. Many of the banks these days are headed by women. But the thing is, as much as we acknowledge these small steps, we still also know that more can be done.
Yes.
Right? Why I said that thing was, it was something I've always wanted to become, like, you know, parent girls. And I feel like I wanted to expose them to opportunities that I have seen.
Yes.
And many people are not so tapping into, right? And just like using this platform, we also highlight this so that even those who do not know need to know that there are so many, the boundless opportunities are there. I attended an event yesterday. Thank God our guest is going to talk about it more. And I saw young girls in secondary schools. The kind of conversations that they have, it's not even what they've done. The kind of conversations that they had and they are having, kind of gives hope that they know that the challenges are there, but they are able to shrug off whatever hindrance that, even if it is life or society has placed in front of them, they don't mind. When I heard some of them speak about the thoughts that they've had, innovations that they want to create, and in my head, I'm like, I am happy that the culture of maybe a generation, Gen Z generation, and the Gen Alphas, and the new ones that are coming in front, there is still hope.
Yeah.
That will not say, okay, this generation has ended, what would the next one do? So even the myriads of craziness, we have the ones that we get to see in social media, there are still some who will tell you, no, we want to do the right thing, and then we're making the efforts towards it.
Yes. You know, the idea of saying when you educate a woman, you educate a whole community is not a myth. It's actually something that is realistic. It's something that is real, something that the society have to hold on to. You cannot, in this present day generation, you cannot be saying that the kitchen is meant for the woman, or the woman is meant to remain in the kitchen.
You can't blame that people still believe in that.
And I find it funny when I hear some men say that, and when their wives become pregnant, they tell you that I want my wife to give birth to a girl, and that girl become a doctor. But you just refer to someone else's child, that the child should be in the kitchen. These ladies, girls are doing something amazing in our present day society. They are innovative, they are creative, they are doing much more than you can ever imagine.
It's even a good era.
So the story has changed.
It's a good era where they are no longer saying what a man can do, a woman can do better. Now doing, the best words you now say is, we are now doing what men can also do. I won't say do better. So let's put it like that. So that there's no fight. There's no gender war as such. Women are now doing what men can also do.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And it just gives them, just create the opportunities, and then you're going to see that, I don't know, when you create more, when you begin to see human beings more as they are, rather than a woman and a man, I think you're going to achieve more in terms of productivity.
Okay, so we are going to actualize so many things when women are given so much opportunity. So the program today seeks to motivate schools, policymakers, mentors, and families to provide girls with access to leadership training, innovation hubs, and mentorship opportunities. And we also expect increased engagement of girls in leadership roles, adoption of mentorship and innovation programs in schools, and a shift in societal attitudes to value girls' leadership potential. The objective is to build a pipeline of confident, capable, and innovative young female leaders across Africa. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we will be having how should I describe our guest?
Don't worry. Let's just do the success.
Let's just leave it there, right? We'll be right back.
Idumota Market Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souk Enlightenment.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. And today we'll be talking about girls in leadership, leading, building, and innovating in a fast-changing world. We are thrilled to have with us Itunuolua Honga, a true pioneer in the space. She is the communication and partnerships lead, Whelan Global. So Whelan Global is the convener of the National Head Girl Conference, a conference which seeks to empower girls to lead, build, and innovate. Hello, Itunuolua. How are you doing this afternoon?
Fine, thank you. Hi, Maybe. Thank you guys for having me on the show.
Yes, you're welcome. How was getting to the studio?
I would say it was smooth. It was smooth. It was a smooth ride.
Okay, girls in leadership, and you are the head of your own team. Tell us, how is it like being a female leading a team? How does it feel like?
I mean, well, because I work actually in a predominantly female team, it doesn't feel like, it's different. We do have a few guys on our team, but it's predominantly female. So it's like it's women leading women for the most part. So on my team personally, we're just women. Yeah, my team members are also women.
But we've also heard that women leading women is one of the most difficult role or most difficult responsibility you can have in an organization.
Honestly, I would say it's more of a myth than it is true. I feel like regardless of what gender it is that you have on your team, it all depends on the capacity of the team members to understand the vision of what the organization or what the team is trying to do. So like, whether you have a male or a female, if they don't understand what the vision is, what the goals are, and they are willing to put in the requisite work to ensure that the organization gets that goal achieved, then you're going to have issues with the leadership. So whether it's a man leading a woman or it's a woman leading a man, if there's a bit of tension in terms of differences in us understanding the outcomes and what we need to do to get the job done, we'll have issues, so yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I at some point I felt I was going to be lost in this conversation. I just want you to do your thing because I mean, it's great to have you here, but
thank you.
I was going to come from the angle of the impact your organization wanted to achieve when you started these programs with young girls, right?
Yes.
Because I know Whelan essentially is women, right?
It's women.
But targeting young girls, what was the aim for?
Okay, so the aim really is, we have realized that the leadership conversation cannot be had without the youth, the young ones, because when we say we want to shift perception and we want to change the mindset of people, which is one of our core, and you start thinking of changing the mindset of a 50-year-old or a 60-year-old, that person is done. There's nothing you're changing because they're set in their ways. And so we sat down and we thought about it, that how about we start from the beginning? Okay. So let's start from the youngest, in quotes, and then we use this as a platform to start to build a pipeline of the female leaders that we want to see then achieve and occupy these positions that we're talking about. So if we're saying in Nigeria there's a glaring lack of female representation or women's representation, then how do we start to build these women that we then want to see grow into these positions? So that's really the thinking behind the National Head Girl Project in its entirety. It's building and equipping young female leaders in this leadership. And when you're in Nigeria, or I think Africa in general, the head girl position is really the first time a young girl gets into this place where she actually runs things. She's the leader of the school, in quotes, and there's also the head boy that she then has to lead alongside. So we see that, how about we target them at this very prime time, at this stage where they're just coming into leadership, and then we start to shape them, how they're seeing this role, what they can do, and even what it can be on a larger scale. So going into university and then outside of that.
What have you seen? What have you noticed in these years that you've been working in this project? What have you noticed being the major challenges that these girls have come to you with, and then how much have you been able to tame some of these things or change some of the mindsets?
Okay, so I'd like to also just mention that this year we had our 4th edition. Okay. And by next year it will be the 5th one, and it's going to be big. 5 is a big number, but in our interactions with the girls over the years, I would say that the key thing that young girls struggle with is how they see themselves, is the image. and being able to be confident in what they know and how they present themselves. So even some of the conversations that we had yesterday at the conference, questions were asked along the line of, oh, how can I lead, without feeling this pressure to be perfect? Because, there's always this pressure on head boys, even head girls, and prefects, even at this young age, for them to be perfect. Because, you're the leader of the school now. Yeah. You can't be behaving anyhow. And they're asking, how can I balance it? How can I come across to my mates as not being too pushy? So it's that image thing of them being confident enough to say, okay, now that I'm in this position, this is what I can do, and this is what I would love to achieve with this role that I have found myself in. Yeah, and how are we helping them, really? Like I mentioned at the conference, we have all kinds of sessions where we bring, even former head girls that are now doing amazing in the marketplace, in their jobs, and whatever it is they're doing right now in their career, to sort of share what life has been like after the badge. That's what we call it, life after the badge. So it's to share what their journey has been like, to help the girls see themselves. There's something about mirroring, where if you see somebody doing something that, that is probably in the same position that you are currently, you see possibility, and you're like, oh, wow, I can do this. If she's doing this, probably even in the same field I want to go into, then that means it's possible. So those are some of the ways where we try to help them see themselves in women who have also gone ahead of them, who have held this same position, and see that it is possible. You can do it.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much, Tanu. Now, I love the fact that, yes, you're taking it from school, from secondary school, but we want to go back to the very foundation. That is the home. I like that expression. I like the expression. So when we go back to the home, we have seen families whereby there could be 4 girls, 5 girls ahead of the boy. But when it comes to leadership role, they still tell you that the boy child should lead. And this has caused some kind of self-limitation, setback for the girl child. So even getting to the school, becoming the head girl is not the thing. Okay, you thought that you can be a leader from school, like what Willen is doing right now. But how about the home? How can they fit into that? Or how would they, with the first daughter, how can she take that responsibility? I'm the first child of this home, and I need to lead my younger ones.
I feel like you want to open, serious good in quotes here. But the truth is, gender roles have always been a thing. And in our society that is also highly patriarchal, where men, either the last born or the middle born would always, somewhat be positioned to be higher than the young girl. I feel like the thing and the work that we're doing is really in helping her mindset. So it's all about the mind. And it's getting her to a place where she starts to see that regardless of what is, like, first of all, even understanding that what is happening in my home is not normal. Like, this is not normal. This is not what it should be. So it could be either the cultural bias or even some sort of religious bias that is playing out in that home front. But for her to understand that, this might be what is happening in my house, but it's actually not normal. Like, I can lead. There are girls, other girls probably in my school who are leading and who in their families are also taking that position. But the thing is, we also try to let the girls know that it's not always about pushing for a title. You can lead from the back, in quotes. You can lead from the back. Leadership is a thing of influence. So it's not about you having a title to say, I'm the head of this before I can lead. You can be a team member and you can still be really contributing to that team's direction, in quotes. So you don't necessarily have to have the title to lead, but we know that the titles are also important. So for the young girl in a home where, she feels unseen and unheard, my message to her is, trust me, you belong in every space where leadership conversations are being had. And that's the truth. And that's what we keep trying to reiterate and preach across all of our programming, especially the National Head Girl Conference.
Growing up, the girl child is made to act nicely, lovable.
Be perfect, smile.
Perfect. And as a matter of fact, as much as the society is changing today, you still agree with me that to a very large extent, the girl child is still being prepped up for marriage.
Absolutely.
Then for the future, or for education, for leadership role. What do we need to do about this myth? Because it has eaten deep into the society.
Absolutely.
So what do we need to do? Using yourself as an instance, you are a team lead here now. So what do you think needs to change when it comes to prepping the girl child from the early age? Come on, you have to be neat, you have to be likable, you have to talk nicely, you have to do this. And okay, before you answer that,
because the signs are too much.
Yeah, before you answer that, when a girl is also leading, they tell you she's bossy. She's being too bossy.
At this point, I know I was going to be like,
she can be doing exactly what the boy child is doing.
Yeah. But it's seen differently, it's perceived differently.
Is that bossy or aggressive or all those kinds of languages are mostly used to describe the action of the girl child. What do we need to do to correct this societal belief?
Honestly, I would say there's a lot of work to be done, to be honest. There's really a lot of work to be done in reorientating the society. I feel like we need to move from where we currently are in the way we think, the way we perceive, and the way we view women. And if that shift does not happen, we won't see the results that we want to have. Which is why we actually have a show called The Leading Woman Show, and that's really what The Leading Woman Show is about. The Leading Woman Show is focused on shaping the mindset of society, shaping how they view women, and then how they view women as leaders. So it's having conversations that would help people understand that, what you just described, like why is it that Emmanuel, is confident. Emmanuel is, he's articulate.
Exactly.
But maybe is bossy, she's intrusive.
Yes.
She does too much. Why is it that perception is different?
I'm feeling attacked. Well, don't call me.
We apologize, but that's not the intention. But it's the truth. It's how I say something and you say something.
Yes.
And two people, all the people in the room take it differently.
Yes.
And it's because everybody views communication through their own biases.
Exactly.
So it's a personal bias on probably my path to say that whenever women are talking, I pay extra attention. And there's a personal bias probably on your path that when a man is talking, you also pay extra attention. Now for me, it's a thing of maybe because in my line of work, I've realized that women are most times speaking, but nobody's listening. And because your voice is louder, more masculine for some reason, you grab my attention immediately. So I have to take extra time to listen to what Omevi is saying and make sure that her voice, her contributions are being added to the conversation that we're having. So we're not talking over you and you're not just adding to the conversation here and there. You are actually an active part of it. So when we say there's reorientation, it needs to be on like a national scale. And I think the media has a huge role to play, and which is why I am really happy we're having this type of conversation. These are the type of conversations that we need to keep having, where we're letting people know out there across all age demographics that we need to dead, in quotes, the narrative that women cannot lead. We need to dead this notion that a girl needs to be prepped for marriage first before any other thing. And nobody is here saying that marriage is not a good thing. It's a good thing in itself. But when my sole purpose now is being groomed to how to respond to a man in this relationship space or in this relationship position or whatever, then there's a huge problem because there's so much more to me than being Mrs. Something, and so that's really what I think we need to do.
Leapfrogging from this thought, and it was going to just dive me straight into the projects that you guys already do at Whelan. Now, you had a conference yesterday, and it had to do with innovation, because you were talking about the woman essentially has an idea, and then she also needs an opportunity to expand that idea and that thought. So when you guys talk innovation, right, and then it's something that you already do with these kids, what was the aim towards that? Was it them to showcase themselves, or what was it meant for?
Thank you very much for that question. So for us, we realize that now the world is very, very technology driven, We've gotten into a new dispensation with AI, and we need to ensure that our girls and boys, to be honest, are being carried along in this conversation, especially because, Nigeria is already seen education-wise to be behind in a lot of things. So we want to also bring our programming up to speed in what we're, attracting and what we're addressing. And so this year, we thought about that the National Head Girl Competition should have a very STEM focus. So we all know STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And typically what we would do for the competition is we would ask the girls, the head girls and assistant head girls, to create a solution for something happening in their school or their community at large. So they would always come up with amazing proposals, ideas, that they wanted. But this year, we said is STEM focused. So every solution that you're bringing up has to have a STEM aspect to it. And trust me, the results were wowing. We had 102 applications from across Nigeria, all 6 geopolitical zones represented, yes. And then we had to whittle them down to 5 finalists who then presented at the conference yesterday. And I can tell you for a fact that through their presentations and the proposals that they had, something good is happening in this country. I mean, sometimes we might look down on our system, but I promise you, there's hope, you know. And just to look at the 5 finalists that we had one of the girls basically invent a machine to help with menstrual pad disposal, because she came up with this idea that the confidence of girls when it comes to disposing their pads, there's always that issue of where do I throw it? You know, you don't want people to see me. I don't want to put this in the toilets where everybody goes, especially if you're in a public school where you don't necessarily have, you know, different facilities and things like that. She actually came up with an invention of a little machine, very portable, where everybody can have their own. Basically, you can put your pad in, it burns, and you just have a refillable gas canister. Imagine that thinking. And her teacher helped her. They got local artisans. They built that. And that was one person. Our winner actually came up with something she calls life pellets. And this is basically a bracelet that has 8 pellet beads to help track immunization for newborns to 1-year-olds. So she says in her community, I think Ayamelum, somewhere in Anambra State, they have this huge issue of flooding. And with that flooding, what happens is that when people are obviously trying to get out of their homes, they can't carry documents. You will not remember CV, all those things, especially things like immunization cards.
Yeah.
And so they leave. And then the mothers cannot track, oh, what was the last vaccination my kid took? And they have to go and probably start again. And then this will lead to over-immunization, which is also an issue. So the life pellet bracelet is basically to say, when a child is born in whatever facility, you get a bracelet. And then 1 pellet per immunization for the cycle is given. So wherever you're going, if you go with your 3 pellets on, the nurse or the immunization vaccination person knows that, oh, 3 means you've taken, I don't know, BCG, MSC, whatever, and this is the next one to go, based on the fact that we already have a national schedule for immunization. Imagine that. So that was such a fantastic idea. And so on. There was somebody, one of the finalists, who has an app that she has basically built to replace physical labs. So you know how you have science labs in secondary, and which are really expensive to maintain, you know, chemicals and all of those things. So she has basically built a platform online where you can go and simulate your regular science laboratory type of experiments. And these are 15, 16-year-olds.
Secondary school kids.
Secondary school kids. And this is why the National Healthcare Conference will never stop. You know?
But my concern is not just creating or building an innovation. What is the follow-up?
Okay, I can tell you the follow-up.
Yes, it's very important because we have seen people building, we've seen young people, boys and girls, building machines in maybe in core village in the north
remote places,
or somewhere in the south and thereabouts, but there is never a follow-up. On this now, what is the follow-up plan?
So I can tell you that for the National Head Girl Project, like we like to call it a project, so that you understand that it's not just a one-off. There's a whole plan. So for instance, these girls who made it to top 5 finalists, the top 5 finals already got some funding to start their project and to support their project. Now, how we would follow them up is throughout the cycle of them starting this project, we will be there every step of the way to say, how are you on execution, implementation? What do you need? Do you need, I don't know, help writing letters? Do you need help, you know, finding either an artisan? Do you need help with distribution? And it would interest you to know that some of these girls have even gone ahead of us. They have already started, you know, communicating with national bodies in terms of road and construction, for some for manufacturing, for some talking to first ladies of their state to sort of canvass support for their project. So we're definitely going to handhold them to ensure that the first pilot of all of these projects gets on track and they're able to achieve something with it. And for us as well, measuring is very important. So we want to know that, you know, we're following you up and we need to see your project to the end. So many of them already have like a plan. For instance, the life pellets that I spoke about, the bracelets, she has a plan to roll out for 300 people, 300 kids in her community. And from there, we'll now see how we can scale either to the next local government and then the next local government. And even see if this is something we can roll out on a national scale. Absolutely,
So I do appreciate the fact that at least some of the problems that Africa has, people actually see them, and then rather than complain about it, they are making efforts towards fixing it.
Yes.
Right? I'm so sorry because it's coming from the women. I'm not going to now make it look like it's watered down.
Yeah.
But I do feel like if we begin to shift, even we who talk about these things, begin to shift our thoughts from complaining about the problems and looking for opportunities to fix them, I think Africa would grow. But and then I see beyond the metrics that you guys have to measure up, okay, whether this person is doing. I want to assume that you had 100 and something entries, right? What happens to those that didn't make the finals? Because they probably would have fantastic ideas on their own. You just need somebody to help them to upscale.
Yeah. So for those who didn't make it to either the top 10 or the top 5, I mean, we have shared feedback, which is something that we'll do. We'll look at the project and we'll share feedback, because the truth is not all of them are actually viable ideas. They're good ideas for some, but some are not actually viable. So it's to share feedback and say, oh, this idea, we like the thinking behind it, but next time, maybe put this in place, you know, to ensure that the idea is not just an idea, but actually an actionable idea. So, you know, there's so many ideas, to be honest, but how it's presented, how it's packaged, the thinking behind it to say, how do you actually execute? So that's not just a lofty idea in your head, but the practicality of implementing and executing. We would share feedback. And the truth is, many times we try as much as possible not to also overpromise.
Yes.
And then under-deliver.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we also, because these are kids, we also have to be careful with, you know, the expectations that you give them. And so we'll keep telling the schools to reapply, you know. The schools that applied last year, some of them reapplied this year, and, you know, they made it into top 10, top 5, and they didn't. So they are taking feedback as well as to what they can do to improve their presentations, their proposals, how they package, you know, what it is that they want to do, how they are thinking about it. So it's not just write an idea and submit, and you think it's just going to fly that way, because a lot of people are also thinking. So may the best man win, basically. That's what it is.
But I also see, because 100 and something entries does not necessarily cover the entire nation. If we're going to calculate how many secondary schools that we have, right? So how much can schools do, even if they don't come for competitions, how much do they need to do to begin to see problems as opportunities rather than things to complain about? And then next, just like an addition to the question is, how do you want to, you know, marry this on a more national scale? When I'm talking about not just this number, I mean a national scale, maybe like a policy for government. What do you want them to do? Is it like they to change curriculum or something? And then do you want to still maintain STEM next year?
Okay, so I will start from the last question. So if we're still going to maintain STEM, what we try to do with the National Head Girl Conference is also align with the things that we have every year from the International Day of the Girl Child, which is exactly. So we try to align, but I think we've seen this year that the STEM bit is really important. So we might keep an element, you know, I can't really give you that right now, what the direction would be for the competition. But in engaging the girls, because we have them in a community now, it's to keep getting them to stay innovative in their thinking, because the truth is you can be innovative outside of STEM. And there are many things that can be driven by STEM that are not necessarily as technical as we think. But as far as they're keeping the core ideas, which is let's be innovative in how we're thinking about things. Like you said, thinking about solutions rather than just complaining all the time. And what would we like to see change would definitely be a different approach to our curriculum. We've seen that some of the schools that are focused on science and technology do better with some of these things. And that's because they are more practical. They're doing more hands-on learning in terms of what they're learning in school, rather than very textbook-heavy education that you typically see in our regular secondary schools. So I think that's something for the government and either the national education boards and universal education boards to really think about, is getting more practical hands-on learning into our curriculum so that our kids are not left far behind. And let it not be something that is just for the privileged. Let this, we need to get the public schools on board, the public universities as well on board, so that we are not just churning out students who are not fully rounded and let the world leaves us behind. But we are really, like I said, hopeful based on what we saw this year with the proposals that came in. Schools from Mina, schools from Abuja, Kaduna, Benue, Port Harcourt. So it's not even like it was just certain hubs that you would expect. You know? We did get applications from schools across board. And on our part, to make it really national, is something we try to improve every year, because as you know, there's a lot of manpower definitely involved. So we do like a volunteer outreach where we get volunteers in every state. And we've not been able to obviously get in every 36 states. So now we're doing regions at the moment. Okay. But to scale up, we will definitely keep reaching out to see how we can reach volunteers in more states so that we can reach more secondary schools. Because what our volunteers then do is they take word about the competition to each school, explain to them why they need to be part of this, show them what has happened in the past years, and basically convince the principals, the teachers, to participate. They have been, because every year we get more applications, to be honest. Okay. So it's been, successful, but we'll keep building up on it so that we can then truly say, national. We want every state, to get at least one application. That representation.
Yes, finally, I want to quickly ask, is this program, in organizing this program, the policymakers of each state or at the federal level, is any of them carried along to see how they can scale this beyond the way it is now, or maybe make some policies in favor of promoting girls in leadership? Is anyone
now we're currently in talks with a few in quotes policymakers. I will not share but yes, conversations are being had as to how they can also come in to scale this up, like you said. So maybe on a statewide basis, where we have the competitions happen, and then we have the grand finale, for instance, something like that. But for us, the Lagos State Ministry of Education, for instance, has always endorsed the National Head Girl Conference. Okay. But that's because we're based in Lagos. But then we can't start saying, Imo State has endorsed, this state has endorsed. It would be great to do that. But right now, we have gotten approval from the Lagos State Ministry of Education. And we're hoping to continue to build a relationship with them and see how they can really come on board to make this even more representative, like you said, and bigger as time goes on.
Yes, your final word is, so the girl child that is watching right now, there is a girl that is out there watching you, listening to you, and she has some beautiful ideas, but somehow she's scared. She's holding back. What would people say? What would the society tag me? And all that, those kind of things. Or looking for an opportunity like the National Head Girl Conference to showcase her talent, her skills, and all that. What do you have to say to that girl out there?
Your dreams are valid, and you belong in every space where conversations about leadership matters. And that's my final word. Your dreams are valid. Everything you think, you can build, and you can use innovation to back it up. And trust me, with the right platforms, like Wayland, for instance, we will try and support you the very best way we can and make sure that we take you from point A to point B until you get to where it is that you want to be. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've had an amazing conversation.
Absolutely.
And I think the mindset of so many people have been changed.
Hopefully.
I hope so too.
I don't know whether I have an argument today because I didn't last time. The first time we met, that was the argument we had. So
it's a process.
It is a process, really. It is a process. So our conversation today makes one thing clear. The future isn't a place girls are going. It's a place they are actively building. Let's move beyond the myths. Let's champion their ambition and ensure every girl knows her voice is not just welcome, but it is essential. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we will be entering the second segment of Just Africa. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souqnews.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souqnews.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souqnews TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching Souqnews.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souqnews, keep out.
watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching Souqnews TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the bad.
In a world constantly evolving and facing new challenges, women and girls have the power to shape the future. Their ideas, creativity, and determination are essential for driving innovation and solving some of society's most pressing issues. Yet, despite the immense contributions women make in every field, they are still underrepresented in some areas that offer not only opportunities for personal growth, but also the keys to global progress. The International Day of Girls and Women in Science commemorates the critical role women and girls play in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, collectively known as STEM. Despite significant progress, women continue to be underrepresented in these areas, and today serves as a reminder of the need to bridge that gap. Established by the United Nations in 2015, the International Day of Girls and Women in Science is observed every year on February 11th. The day highlights the importance of gender equality in STEM and encourages more girls and women to pursue careers in these fields. Diversity in STEM is crucial as it brings fresh perspectives and innovative solutions to global challenges. When women are excluded or discouraged from these fields, they are essentially being limited of potential for discovery and progress. Agreeably, STEM careers are some of the fastest growing and highest paying jobs, and women deserve equal access to these opportunities. According to UNESCO, less than 30% of researchers worldwide are women. In some regions, the numbers are even lower. Barriers such as gender stereotypes, lack of role models, and unequal access to education continue to hinder progress. Organizations and institutions around the world are working to change this narrative with various programs such as mentorship, resources, and hands-on experiences in STEM fields as a means to empower young girls. The theme for this year's International Day of Girls and Women in Science is Unpacking STEM Careers, Her Voice in Science. It's a call to governments, educators, and industries to invest in policies and programs that support women and girls in STEM. From Maria Carey, the first woman to win a Nobel Prize, to modern-day trailblazers, women have made groundbreaking contributions to science. Today, the world celebrates their achievements and reaffirms commitment to creating a more inclusive future. It is important to remember that empowering girls and women in science isn't just about equality, it's about unlocking the full potential of humanity. Together, we can build a world where every girl has the opportunity to explore, innovate, and lead. Grace Komolafe, Souqnews Television.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel. making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souqnews.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souqnews.
All right, you're welcome back to Just Africa. This is the second segment, and we'll be having another robust topic. So in the second segment, we will be having a deep conversation on building sustainable and resilient cities for Africa. That is urban planning, affordable housing, and disaster preparedness. You know, many African cities are growing at an incredible pace, but This growth is often unplanned, leading to sprawling informal settlements, traffic congestion, and overwhelming pressure on basic services like water and sanitation. And also, without affordable housing, cities cannot be sustainable or, resilient. And resilience is tested by disaster preparedness. Amolo.
I ain't gonna lie. The first thing that came to my head when I saw the conversation was, for example, here in Africa, one of the things that we don't have so common is natural disasters, right? Because from the way our pace of development, we thank God that there are certain disasters that don't happen. Otherwise, it will literally just wipe out an entire space of people. We know we used to get one of the most common ones are mudslides and landslides. And everything. But imagine if there's a typhoon or there's a something so like earthquake.
Earthquake, yes.
Yeah, or you have these tsunamis that will just come and we have floods. But anyway, you know when I talk tsunamis,
even our floods. You
but I don't say
the
way these developed economies or developed cities do theirs is they plan for unforeseen circumstances.
Yes.
As even if these things happen, they know what to do to mitigate it before it even comes, right? They plan for natural disasters. Yes. It doesn't mean it won't happen because all those things are not planned. But Africa, how do we design ours? I see, for example, come down to Lagos. When I see the way we build our houses, example, or the ones on the island, if I mention the ones in the lands of Ebute and Co.
Yeah.
When somebody's window is slapped close to the other person's wall, and you ask yourself, if something like an earthquake happens in this place, it's going to take not just the entire building, right? It might just dissipate an entire area.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous for even construction to be this designed. So when you have urban planning, interestingly, we have town plannings.
Yes.
But then again, when you see some kind of buildings that happen in that same town, you ask yourself, so what do you plan?
Yes.
Yeah, because it is town planning. The town doesn't look planned. It's just like people just sprawl everywhere and just build whatever it is that they like.
Yeah.
There are some cities that you go to, you don't go beyond a certain kind of house. Maybe best is just a bungalow in all this entire area because maybe this place has been designed that way. Or in these kind of places, skyscrapers are allowed to stay, depending on the topography.
Yes.
Not when you have one skyscraper here and then you have one,
very low house.
I mean, it doesn't even look well in terms of just the aesthetics of it.
Exactly. And in some countries, they have an app whereby they know when an earthquake is to happen. And because of that proactiveness, they notify the people within that region that, okay, at this time, there's likely going to be an earthquake, and they
prepare bunkers,
send everyone away from that region.
Yes.
You understand? These are the proactive measures that developed countries and some other places take that Africans really need to look into. But joining us to delve deeply into this conversation is Mr. Oluwasegun James. He is an urban planner and sustainability advocate. He combines expertise in urban planning, environmental design, and GIS-based spatial analysis to provide insights into affordable housing strategies, disaster risk reduction, and resilient community development. Hello, Oluwasegun. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. It's an opportunity to be here, and thank you.
Okay, so I want to ask, when we talk about urban development, resilient cities, what does that mean to the average Nigerian? Hello, Oluwasegun.
Can you say that one more time?
Yes, I said looking at the topic, we're talking about urban planning, building resilient cities in Africa. What does that mean to the average Nigerian?
Oh, okay. So, building city resilience, it's like, building cities that they have the capacity to absorb fisher chalk without losing its viability. Cities that, in face of climate change effect, disasters, they are able to absorb those chalks without losing the viability of the cities. So, take for instance, flooding, all those occurrence that are able to destroy the cities. When they happen, the city is still able to absorb it such that they don't it doesn't devastate the city, and they are able to cope with it. That's what the resilient city is.
Okay, so I mean, by definition, right, and statistics that are available, we can say that the world population is over 8 billion people, right? And then if you still check the same statistics, they will say over 2 billion are already staying in urban cities. What are the challenges that typical cities have you noticed or do you often have that needs to be checked?
So African cities are really growing really fast. I would focus more on Africa, more than anywhere else in the world. So every week you hear of thousands of people moving into cities like Lagos, um, you know, even Accra there in Ghana, searching for better opportunities. But the truth is, our urban growth is outspacing our planning capacity. And one major challenge I will highlight here is housing, right? So the demand of housing is so enormous that the supply remains limited and very unaffordable, expensive. And that's why we see sprawling informal settlements everywhere. Look at Lagos, for instance. The pressure is so much that development keeps sprawling where they were not originally designated for. You know, so that's as a result of urban sprawl anyway. So that infrastructure pressure, like our roads, when you have so much population, the provided infrastructure become really overstretched, like our roads, the drainage systems, and even energy grids. The current energy grids, they were never designed for the kind of the level of population growth. So it's like trying to pour water into a cup that is already full. And of course, climate change adds another layer of complexity to it if you think about it, because that's the effect anyways. So that's why you see cities like Port Harcourt, they're experiencing heavier rainfall and coastal flooding that are able to destroy homes and roads. But I would say that the challenge is not just urbanization itself, it's unplanned urbanization. So if we plan proactively, integrating data, for instance, and green infrastructures that would help resilient city, and even the community voices, our cities can actually become hubs of innovation and sustainability rather than chaos. So Africans' urban growth is not a problem, so it's an opportunity if we plan right.
So, I mean, I thank God you mentioned housing because I wanted you to just emphasize on that one. Is it that we don't build good structures that can withstand some of these climate uncertainties or emergencies? Is it that we don't have good structures that can fit it? Or is it because of the kind of terrain that we have in Africa that will be the kind of houses that we have?
Yeah, so the thing is, the challenge is that our enforcement capacity is not really strong, because we are supposed to enforce building regulations. There are building codes, for instance, and for a system that is proactive, there is a first phase of planning which ensures that you have building prototype, building designs that fit into different landscapes, different topography, different terrains based on their nature. For instance, where flood happens, for instance, there's a different kind of structure, there's a different kind of structural stability that is expected in those areas. But when you don't have those data, and then the enforcement the enforcement capacity is also not there, then people just build anyhow. So I think that is why we don't have all these things happening appropriately.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll take you back a little. You talked about housing, that one of the major issues when we talk about urban planning development is housing. And of course, it's part of the conversation we have right now, affordable housing. So when we talk about affordable housing, what are we looking at really? Is it just in terms of money, building affordable house and just that? Or there is a clear definition of the word affordable housing?
So affordable housing is not just, so when we talk about affordable housing, like affordable, something you can afford, like you pay for it and yet you are not cost burdened. So I think universally, if you are paying over 30% of your income on housing, then it is not affordable. You are going to be cost burdened. So it is not just and beyond that, it's not just giving people a roof over their heads. It's about giving them a stake in the city. So when people have stable homes, you can afford it, you are not cost burdened. Whatever you are paying, whatever money or finance or funds that goes into it does not really put you in a position where you can afford other things, and you have stake in the community, right? So, it makes you can participate in the economy. You can send your kids to school. You can plan for the future. So that's the foundation of inclusive urban development in that sense. But then in Nigeria today, the cost of housing is, far beyond the reach of the average citizens. Many low and medium income families spend over 40% of their income on rent, while home ownership is, it's significantly low. So there's a serious gap, and we can't build sustainable cities if the majority of urban residents can afford to live decently within them.
Okay, so I was going to come from, because I know the federal government already instituted mortgage facilities. I think there's one MREF that is going on now with some of these insurance companies. I am familiar with the MREF. However, I was going to come from the angle of the GIS and the spatial analysis. Where do we bring that into urban planning?
Okay, so GIS, which stands for Geographic Information System, I would say, is truly transforming how we plan and manage cities, right? So just think of it as a tool that helps you see patterns and relationships that ordinary data cannot show. Now, we've been talking about, these, 100% and 60% of people are living in informal settlements and all that. Just think about it as something that helps you see patterns and relationships, like spatially. For example, in my research here, I use GIS to overlay housing affordability data with flood risk zones. So this reveals it shows the spatial relationship between affordable housing and flood risk. So what that reveals is really striking, right? So in Florida, for instance, we'll see patterns, we'll see how much of affordable housing units are located in different risk flood zones. So without GIS, those numbers they will be hidden in spreadsheets. But with these, planners can see where vulnerable people live and prioritize intervention. So now imagine applying that same power in Africa. Of course, such exists anyway, but I feel like the consistency is not there yet. So, where we can map informal settlements, monitor land use changes, and track how new development affects floodplains, our green spaces. Tools like GIS allow decision makers to say, here is where we should build housing, here is where we need stronger drainage systems and all that. So it makes planning more inclusive and transparent. So when maps are public, another thing we don't have in Africa, specifically Nigeria, is we don't make our maps publicly available. When they are made publicly available, the communities, people can see the risks and even contribute to their own data. So that's why there's one thing we call participatory mapping, where people, help define their own future. In Nigeria and other African countries, we need to invest more in data infrastructure and open geospatial platforms. So we could even move from reactive planning, reactive planning is just like responding after disaster. So after the flooding has happened, that's when we'll now start responding and start, looking to demolish buildings that were not supposed to be built in the first place. We'll move that to proactive planning and then just to prevent risks before they happen. So in short, GIS isn't just a technical tool, it's a language that helps cities understand themselves and plan smarter.
Okay, so some persons argue that the flooding that we experienced recently is due to climate change. Others feel that it is due to poor urban planning. So what is your take on that?
I would say it's due to poor urban planning, actually. It's due to urban. The reality is, urban planners, they have the tool and the influence to make the plans right. So the first step is to understand the local climate risks, the flood, the heat waves, the coastal erosion, and all those things. And then from the initial points or the initial part of the process, they integrate this data right from the zoning, the land use stage. For example, cities can use flood and elevation maps to determine where housing, schools, and roads should or shouldn't be built. So after all this consideration analysis have been made, then they plan accordingly. I know, of course, there's rapid, urbanization and all that, but with adaptation planning, inclusive planning, all of these things comes together to mitigate the effect of climate change. Climate change is there, right? But if we plan accordingly, trust me, we would have the capacity to, still control things, reduce the severity in that sense. In Florida, for instance, where I currently live, climate adaptation is fully woven into planning. Local governments, they conduct vulnerability assessments, they use resilience dashboards, they create mitigation plans that guide future construction. So, cities include flood resilience, they include all these strategies, green infrastructure, energy efficiency in its growth management plans. So adaptation isn't reactive, it is proactive, like I said the other time. So we really need to do better
Yes, thank you very much, Oluwasegun. But you also agree with me that here in Nigeria, especially Lagos, many times the government has done a lot in relocating places, some markets, for instance, to better places to reduce traffic congestion and some other factors. For instance, the computer village, I think a better market has been built for them. Yeah. But we still see them right there at Ikeja. We'll talk about Mile 12 market, for instance. These places, the government, not once, not twice, they've tried to relocate these markets location to a better place, a more spacious places, so that the markets can thrive, and of course, the commuters, the road, traffic congestion will be reduced. But we have seen that their effort has really not paved way. So what do you have to say about this? Is it government to blame, or those managing the market generally? Whom should we hold responsible for this?
Well, I would say first, the first line of defense in this kind of situation is still planning, right? And like I always say, enforcement is really key. Three things that can make planning fail is enforcement, funding, logistics, and governance. So when all those things are not, you know, evidence, then planning tends to fail. In the first place, when the plan reveals that this particular location is not supposed to be a marketplace, then how did it become a marketplace? You know, a lot of things, a lot of analysis, a lot of studies would have been made before deciding whether or not a market should be built there. So the moment the market spring, what were they looking? Of course, there are parastatals, there are agencies that monitor these developments. What were they looking at? And there's what we call sense of place. You know, when you're already used to a place, beyond the economic activity, beyond whatever you are making, beyond the profits, beyond the customer or clientele you've built over time, there's what we call sense of place. Like you're already used to the place. Maybe your neighbors are there, you know, it is psychological. You're already used to the place.
Yeah.
And then after a decade or a few decades, then the government is coming to move. It is hard. It is just, it is
It's a way of
human,
life, yes.
you know. Yeah. So it is very so my own question is why did they allow it in the first place? They shouldn't have allowed it in the first place. If planning, like I said the other time, planning is the first line of the defense. And if things are properly done, if they actually enforce what is in the plan, then that place shouldn't be there.
But
So,
one of the things that I know you're in a developed, I don't want to say Sinakla, in the developed society, right? How were they able to curb? Because one of the things that urban centers are very known for is to have settlers in different corners, just like you said, because it favors them, right? But how do you now tame such a thing from the beginning? Because I know you say, oh, let us plan that this does not happen, but it still happens. If you go to the cities of New York, you still see corners where people will put makeshift places to stay. You will still see these things. How do you mitigate from that? Is it by providing houses that they cannot necessarily afford? Because at the end of the day, you're not going to still get everybody that will afford the same house that you think is affordable housing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when such let me even take it to like maybe a broader concept now, informal settlements, for instance. Informal settlements are, you know, settlements that they shouldn't exist, they should not be there. Like they are not, by law they are not supposed to be there, or by codes they are not supposed to be there. So but then when you realize all those kind of settlements springing up, what you need to do, or let me say a symptom of, is also a symptom of rapid development and limited infrastructure, affordable housing or something. People definitely want to live close to their work or where they sell goods or whatever. So, you know, people build there. Some people, they build house illegally just because, you know, it's the only option they have, you know. And that's why equity must be at the center of urban planning. So to ensure that people have equitable access, they need to integrate them into like the broader city fabric. You don't need to chase them away. You know, you need to provide basic service like water. You just need to upgrade them basically. Bring them into the plan. They call it regularization. You need to you need to regularize them rather. You need to improve their road system, you know, public transport, and just find a way to, they call it conservatory surgery. You know, you can adopt that, especially if it is a situation where you can, you know, you can still deal with. But if it is beyond scope, like if it is something, maybe people living close to the road, for instance, now that is hazardous or that is not so, you know, pleasing aesthetically, then you can take that out. That's the part of the conservatory surgery. You take some out, you know, some that really would not affect a lot of people, and maybe just find a better plan for them, or, I mean, just do conservatory surgery. In Lagos, for example, many informal communities, they lack drainage, they lack access to health care. Some are really bad that you say, this is an eyesore, this shouldn't be here. But, with conservatory surgery, you can still adjust things and regularize the one. For the most part, you should regularize and make them connected to city infrastructure to improve their lives and standard of living.
All right, thank you very much, Oluwasegun. So I want to ask, is there any city or country in Africa right now that you think is really serving a genuine purpose, or maybe they have the right plan for developing their cities? Is there anyone that can serve as a model for every other country in the African continent?
Yeah, I know Lagos State is really doing. They've done a great job in making master plans, making regional plans, making model city plans. So Lagos State is really doing well. But we really need to do better in terms of enforcement, in terms of making sure that people are building right. You hear stories, you hear news about a lot of constructions being pulled down now just because they did not follow the building regulation. So if the enforcement was strong from the beginning, those buildings shouldn't have been put up in the first place. So we really need this capacity to be increased. So I would say Lagos State is really doing a great job in creating those master. I will not lie to you. There are smart urban planners in Lagos. They are doing a very good job. But enforcement is key. It's not just about enforcing just development control rather, just making sure that people build right. It is beyond that. The plans also have some elements itself, like resilient infrastructure, efficient transportation networks. Those are very essential features that a city should have. Those things, those elements are in the plan, but you don't see them. And yet you keep questioning people. Are there urban planners in this state or something?
Yes.
But the reality is there are. They are doing a very good job. They are very smart. But I mean, you don't see the reality of what they do.
So it's just enforcement.
Yes.
Yes, we would have loved to keep you longer than this, but because of time, my producer is already telling us to round up. So I want to say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Oluwasegun, for your time, and thank you for joining us on this show.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, Mr. Oluwasegun James, he is an urban planner and sustainability advocate. He combines expertise in urban planning, environmental design, and GIS-based spatial analysis to provide insights into affordable housing strategies, disaster risk reduction, and resilient community development. Once again, we say a very big thank you to you, Mr. Oluwasegun James.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Amulu.
Yeah, I'm now James. Anyway, because why I said that was I wanted to ask a question and then he landed on it.
Yeah.
Because using Lagos as an example, right? It's literally the fastest growing society in Nigeria, right? And then we know one of the problems it also has is housing. We got to see squatters in different places. Most recently, there is a yet to be commissioned new bridge between Okpebi and Maryland. They had not even commissioned it. They literally built, about 99% of it because we see it every day, right? Yep. And then the Commissioner for Environment went there on an unplanned visit. He just went there and then he started seeing people already living under the bridges.
Goodness.
And then it was like, it turned him livid because the first thing he said was, how are you already living under a bridge you are not even commissioned yet? Right? And then he's like, I need these people out of this place because even by the looks of it, they are spoiling the aesthetics of a bridge that is just supposed to be new. How are you already squatting under it? Right? And he what he said highlighted the fact that there's a housing problem.
Yes.
But when Oluwasegun now came and then he says, they need to do more of enforcement. Because if there were people already there ensuring that facilities are designed for what purpose and then they are designed this way, people would not encroach, people would not do this. And then, I mean, enforcement just needs to be highlighted and done well.
Yes, enforcement, we need it really. So it's time to say our goodbyes.
Okay. I thank you so much for all our viewers who joined us in today's episode of the show, and I'm sure you learned one or two things. Talking about the girl child, I mean, it's essentially their week, so it's going to be like a conversation we're going to have all through. And of course, when we're talking about urban planning, we do need more efforts to be made in terms of enforcement to make sure the cities that we aspire to get becomes what it is.
Yes, and we are encouraging policymakers to adopt data-driven urban resilience strategies. We inspire urban planners and developers to implement affordable and sustainable housing projects, and we motivate communities to engage in disaster preparedness and climate-smart urban practices. Our cities don't have to be stories of survival. They can be masterpieces of design, from smart planning that breeds to housing that empowers and preparedness that protects. This isn't just about building stronger cities. It's about building unshakable futures. I am Omevi Idolo. You can follow us on all social media platforms at Souqnews Television. Until we come your way next time, have an amazing day.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts, some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of football, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? If you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we are going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club? Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We can put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, it seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's got to do with the kind of coach. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. A Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No, because and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world, because our coaches are not even our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Oyeyemika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generation of female leaders. Oyeyemika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyemika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the late Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyemika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification